Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Dr. Lynn P. Rinaldi, Pohick Episcopal Church in Lorton, Virginia. Following the prayer, all will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Page Berkeley Jones.
Let us pray. Lord God, today we thank you for equipping these devoted servants who have answered your call to represent Virginia in the tradition of our country's beloved founding father, George Washington. We give you thanks for him on the 288th anniversary of his birth. Once himself a member of the House of Burgesses, General Washington knew well the stresses and strains of politics. He sought to maintain a balanced position and a middle ground. Rooted and grounded in faith, his leadership was permeated with hospitality, grace, and civility. We are thankful to have witnessed these in his tolerance of religious expression and in his insistence in moderation and unity. In our divided world, we can all benefit from recalling and following his example, for Washington rarely allowed either religious or political convictions to become a source of division, contention, or separation. He carried a strength of conviction with utmost civility and sought union above all else. He was heartbroken at the contention he witnessed early in the Confederation of States, and he prayed fervently to you for a spirit of cohesion, listening, and mutual respect. Today we thank you for George Washington's birth and for his indispensable role in the birth of our nation. We're grateful for his witness of humility and integrity and his steadfast conviction that unity would be the ongoing salvation of this nation. As Americans, as Virginians, help us to grow into the kind of faith and leadership George Washington once grew into over a lifetime of service. Help us, Lord, to practice Washington's civility and humility, the humility of a president who declined to be king. And today, finally, we ask you to bless Virginia, bless the United States, bless our world. Even as we disagree at times about the means, bring us together to reach the same end, love and unity of vision. We ask your blessing on each one of these senators and their aides and staffs and families. Please guide and transform and strengthen them to heed your call to unity where there is division and to sow seeds of peace where there is conflict. Help us to rest in the belief that in listening to your voice and heeding it, all else will follow. All this we pray in God's holy name. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, February 21st, 2020.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The reading of the journal is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator
Mr. President,
Sassel.
I move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
Senator, the question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour where we have the privilege and the pleasure of recognizing our distinguished guests with us here in the Senate gallery. I will give my usual reminder that the way this will proceed is that a senator will stand up and recognize an individual or group. I will then offer the warm welcome of the Senate, and at the very end, we will all applaud together. I'd like to begin by calling on the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, joining us for our opening devotions this morning is Rector Lynn Rinaldi. Pastor Rinaldi is the rector at Pohick Episcopal Church, which is George Washington's church in the 36th Senate District. Pastor Rinaldi has her BA in journalism from Ole Miss. She's an MBA from the University of Dallas. Her second career is pastoring to her flock. She went to St. Mary's Seminary in Houston. She has a PhD from Sewanee School of Theology as well as a master's. And she joined the church about 2 years ago and has been a wonderful addition to our community, to a very historic place in the 36th District and also a very historic place in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I would ask the Senate to give her a warm welcome.
Thank the Senator. Would the Reverend Lynn Rinaldi please rise in the gallery? Reverend Rinaldi, thank you so much for that really gorgeous prayer. We are very grateful to you for your moral leadership and for all that you do here in the Commonwealth of Virginia and on such a wonderful occasion for you to be here to bring those kind words and to elevate our Commonwealth is really a special thing. So we are grateful to you. You're welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone to please join me to send the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend, the Reverend Dr. Lynn P. Rinaldi. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, we have a group in the gallery from places like Wicomico Church and Kinsale and Louisetta and Tappahannock. Mr. President, they are the Northern Neck Association of Realtors, and they've come down to share their views about some legislation passing through the process. And we had asked on behalf of myself and the senator from King George if you could offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends and leaders from the Northern Neck Association of Realtors please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today, and thank you for your tremendous work in the Northern Neck, such a great profession. And we echo the eloquent and generous words of Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, who's joined by Senator Stewart. We appreciate all that you do to provide opportunity for families throughout the Northern Neck and the Commonwealth of Virginia. I would ask everyone to please join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from the Northern Neck Realtors Association. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining us in the gallery today, we have members of the Virginia Pro-Choice Coalition. The coalition for the past over 2 decades has led the charge to protect and expand reproductive health rights and freedom in the Commonwealth. Today, organizational members include NARAL Pro-Choice Virginia, Planned Parenthood Advocates of Virginia, Whole Women's Health Alliance, the Virginia Latina Advocacy Network, Progress Virginia, and I also see joining them former delegate Catherine Waddell, and I ask that you give them all a warm Senate welcome.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends from the Virginia Pro-Choice Coalition please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today, and thank you for your tremendous advocacy every day here in the Capitol. We appreciate all the wonderful work that each of you does. And Delegate Waddell, it's always wonderful to see you. Tarina Keene as well. Thank you all so much for your tremendous leadership. I would ask everyone to please join me to send the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from the Virginia Pro-Choice Coalition. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, joining us in the gallery today are a group from the Hampton Roads Committee of 200+ Men Incorporated. It is a group, an aggregate of men in Hampton Roads who joined forces to develop and present coordinated approaches to addressing community issues and problems. One of their signature programs is its annual Caravan to Richmond, a civic education initiative to expose African American teens to the legislative process. Today, approximately 25 young men from Hampton Roads area high schools with 200-plus men, mentors, and chaperones have traveled by bus to Richmond to visit with legislators and experience firsthand the inner workings of our representative democracy. The young men in the gallery today are a part of the 200-plus Scholars Academy, a multi-year mentoring program for middle and high school students. There are 40-plus young men currently enrolled in this program. The group is attending Senate and House sessions, and their day concludes with a guided tour of the Capitol. If you will please extend to these young men and their chaperones the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would our leaders from Hampton Roads Committee of 200-plus men please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for visiting your capital today, and thank you for your tremendous leadership in Hampton Roads and throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are very proud of each one of you and of the work that you're doing in your community, and hope that you will take back to your high schools and your community our well wishes. We know that you will do great things in the future. Continue to work hard, dream big, and very good things will happen for every single one of you. And thank you to your mentors for their leadership and their example, and for pouring into the lives of these young men who will go very far as a result of that mentorship. So I ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from the Hampton Roads Committee of 200-plus men. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the House and Senate. I rise to introduce the leaders, employees of Chesapeake Regional Medical Health Center. Chesapeake Regional Health Hospital is the leading provider of health care in the city of Chesapeake in my district. Chesapeake Regional Hospital is the independent public hospital that the citizens of Chesapeake built through a grassroots effort and the authority of the General Assembly to start in the 60s when no other hospital would come to Chesapeake. They raised money through bake sales and other fundraisers, as well as applying for a grant. And 10 years later, broke ground for our new hospital. Through this, our community hospital does not receive direct allocation from either the state or the city of Chesapeake. The hospital has grown from its original 141 beds to now 210 beds, and it is continuing to grow through our community. Mr. President, please welcome our guests.
Thank the Senator. Would our friends and leaders from Chesapeake Regional Hospital in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today, and thank you for the wonderful work that you're doing in Chesapeake to serve that great community. We are appreciative of your dedication, and what an inspirational story of a community coming together to serve its own. And so it's a powerful example of what a community can do when it comes together and rises above. So we appreciate you. We echo the eloquent and generous words of the Senator from Northern Chesapeake. And I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from the Chesapeake Regional Hospital. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Monday, February 24th, 2020. Unfinished business House. House Bill 33. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Good morning, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference.
Does the Senator want to speak to that?
No. Yes.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Okay. Great. Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request on a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests on a committee of conference.
House Bill 477. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we insist and request a committee of conference as to House Bill 477.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request on a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests on a committee of conference.
House Bill 752. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, as to House Bill 752, I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist and request on a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests on a committee of conference.
House Bill 1540.
Senator from Arlington.
The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favolo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request on a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests on a committee of conference.
We are awaiting House action on the remaining bills in that section. Unfinished business, Senate. On page 6. Senate Bill 69 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we agree with the substitute, I move that we reject it.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation. Okay, does the Senator want to speak to it, explain the difference?
The difference is that the House conformed my bill to the House version, and the House version is substantially different.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 39.
Ayes 1, noes 39. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 112 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree with the House amendment, and speaking briefly to that.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you. It does pain me to ever agree with the House amendment, but all it does is we, in our drafting, had dual enrollment hyphenated, and they do not have it hyphenated. And, you know, the code book's getting so long and costs so much ink. If we can save one hyphen, I'm going to accept it. So, again, I hope there'll be the pleasure of the body to accept the House amendment to Senate Bill 112.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 232 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the House amendment, I move that we pass the House amendment.
Thanks, Senator. Do you want to speak to that? Explain the difference.
There are just a few little differences between the two bills that we need to go into conference, just some wordsmithing. Mine says and, his says or, and there's a date difference as well, I believe.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 275 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, after much deliberation and contemplation on the meaning and the purpose of putting a comma into my bill, I've decided to move that we concur with the House amendment.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 578 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Mr. President, I ask that we concur with the House substitute. This is a bill that's about 100 pages long, and they picked up a few technical errors.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 853 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendments.
Senator, want to speak to that?
Yes, sir. So we are just adding to anti-Semitism, Islamophobia as another piece of the educational part that we wanted to include in this study. And also, this is where the date error was on my part, not the bill that we just passed, but it just moves. It's a technical error. And I move that the body support this amendment.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 110. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to a request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Howell, Saslaw, and Newman. Senate Bill 200. The House has rejected the House insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Barker, McClellan, and Vogel. Senate Bill 105. We are awaiting House action on that and the remaining bills in that section. Uncontested calendar. House bills on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar, that's pages 10 through 41, House Bill 1238 through 1701, be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. And any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank you, Senator. question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 10 through 41, House Bill 1238 through House Bill 1701, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Bills are before us in the block. Clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 1238, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections. House Bill 1357, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
I'll yield to the senator from Loudoun.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to know if HB 1357 can come out of the block, please.
Without objection, House Bill 1357 is removed from the block.
And Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can also the preceding bill, House Bill 1238, come out of the block?
Without objection, that bill is removed from the block.
House Bill 97, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 99, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can House Bill 99 come out of the block, please?
Without objection.
House Bill 104, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 113, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Edwards. Roanoke City, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am from Roanoke City. And I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
House Bill 180, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 270, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 298, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
House Bill 308, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 340, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Mr.
House
President,
Bill,
can
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
340 come out of the block?
Without objection.
House Bill 351, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 368, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 375, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill.
Could that now come out of the block?
It's House Bill 375.
Yes, sir.
Without objection, it's removed from the block.
House Bill 385, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 392, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 402, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 410, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 415, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 437, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 447, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 454, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 456, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 457, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 479, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 501, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 511, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Mr. President, can House Bill 511 come out of the block, please?
Without objection.
House Bill 513, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 594, reported for the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 661, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 688, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 715, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments, and there is a floor amendment that is in conflict.
Mr. President, can we pull that out of the block prior to voting for the amendment?
Without objection, House Bill 715 will be removed from the block.
House Bill 719, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 720, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 728, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 743, reported for the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 746, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 757, reported for the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 7...
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can House Bill 757 please come out of the block?
Without objection.
House Bill 763, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 788, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 791, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 810, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 819, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 836, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 838, reported for the Commission on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we agree to the substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the committee substitute? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senator adopts the committee substitute.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Could House Bill 838 come out of the block?
Without objection.
And I'm sorry for missing this. House Bill 720 on page 22 come out of the block as well?
Without objection.
House Bill 860, reported for the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 860 be agreed to with a substitute. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 860, reported for the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
We just did that one.
Oh, sorry. House Bill 902, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 913, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with the substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 992, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 999, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1000, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1013, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1084, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1096, reported for the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1118, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1161, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we agree to the amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
House Bill 1166, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1174, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1181, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1222, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1223, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1226, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1231, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1253, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1260, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1261, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1269, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt a committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
House Bill 1275, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, Mr. President, I agree. I move that we agree with the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
House Bill 1324, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1330, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1335, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1340, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1344, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1437, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1452, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1453, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1469, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1523, reported for the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1531, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1544, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1569, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1570, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshade.
Could House Bill 1570 come out of the block?
Without objection.
House Bill 1581, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1608, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1613, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1630, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1660, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1701, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
I'm sorry to intrude on your time, Mr. President, but could House Bill 113 on page 12 come out of the block?
Without objection, bills removed from the block.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Could House Bill 308 please come out of the block?
With page 13?
Page 13, yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Without objection, that bill will be removed from the block. Any other bills to be removed from the block? Seeing none, the question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is all bills except for the following. House Bills 1357, 1238, 99, 340, 375, 511, 715, 757, 838, 720, 1570, 113, and 308. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Page 10, House Bill 1238.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. This bill simply leaves up to the State Board of Elections the size of font of a media disclosure. Right now, the law says the disclosure has to be a minimum of seven font size. 7 points is the font size. So this bill removes that and basically gives the State Board of Elections the ability to develop regulations to develop an appropriate minimal font size. Again, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1238? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1238 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. House Bill 1238 passes.
On page 11, House Bill 1357.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1357 had to do with the sale of mounts, which is to say wildlife heads, which I guess had been stuffed and were mounted. Apparently there's some regulation in laws that says you got to, it's subject to state law, I guess. But anyways, this is that's what this had to do with. Sorry about the over preparation.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1357? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1357 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. House Bill 1357 fails.
Page 11, House Bill 99.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
What this bill does is it provides an opportunity for someone who's been the victim of family abuse within the family, in seeking housing, and moving out of the house in many instances, to be able to provide extenuating information to justify why the credit score may be low because of the abuse that had been occurring in that situation, and it would require the landlord to take that into consideration.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 99? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 99 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. House Bill 99 passes.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Having voted on the prevailing side in which we passed House Bill 1357, I'd like to reconsider that vote. Thank you.
Well, we didn't pass it. It failed. Did you vote on the failing side? Okay.
The failing side of the non-passage of that wonderful bill.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1357 failed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Mr. President.
39 noes, 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, can we take that by temporarily?
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw my motion and take that by for the day. No. Hold on. Let me withdraw that one. Hold on, Mr. President. Oh, you want to vote on it? All right. Mr. President, let's take care of this bill.
Is that a motion?
No.
What's the motion? Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I would move that the bill pass.
Senator, want to speak to it?
I would very much like to speak to it.
There is the floor.
Wildlife mounts, they are subject to state law. And let me explain. What basically this bill does is it is illegal to sell certain wildlife, and it's for a reason. I mean, it's illegal to sell bear parts or other wildlife. However, there are, taxidermied bear heads or other animals that have been lawfully taken and lawfully, taxidermied. And what this bill does is, and frankly, a lot of them are family heirlooms that have been around for decades. And right now, it would be illegal to sell it at an auction, an estate auction, or something of the like. And what this simply provides is that if wildlife has been legally taken and has legally undergone the taxidermy process, it will not be illegal for it to be ultimately sold. And with that, I would respectfully submit that this actually makes good sense and would renew my motion the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I concur with the gentleman from Rockingham, but I want to make sure that we adequately describe the bill. Under current Virginia law, you can only sell a fish mount at an auction. That is the only place you can sell it in Virginia, is at an auction. This removes the requirement of having to sell it through an auction, and I can now sell it to my friend without having to go through an auctioneer. It is legal to do this. Those things that have been caught, captured, and taxidermied legally, we just don't have to go through an auctioneer now. There's nothing in the world wrong with this bill. There are a lot of folks who like to trade these things between themselves, and I hope you'll support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson?
A question for, let's go with Senator Stewart.
Will Senator yield for a question?
Senator from Westmore.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
And I'd ask the gentleman, and it sort of dawned on me why this law existed in the first place. Was the original intention of the law the fact that we don't want hunters taking animals, having them taxidermied, and then selling those parts to an outside party as opposed to keeping it as their own trophy?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman. That could be, but it would appear to me that would not be a profitable enterprise because the cost to taxidermy is so much that I don't think you could ever sell it for as much as it cost you to have it taxidermy. That's what I believe.
Further question, Mr. Chair.
Senator Yield.
But I guess the point would be, and I guess this would be sort of a very random version of stolen valor, if you were a big game hunter and I am not, and you, say, took an elk and had the head mounted, and I go to you and say, Senator Stewart, I'm going to buy that from you for the cost of the mounting plus maybe an extra $1,000, and then I mount it in my mountain chalet and brag to people how I'm the world's greatest hunter. Isn't the idea to prevent people from doing things like that? In other words, taking animals or displaying animals that they themselves did not personally catch?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I honestly can't speak to that with any authority, but it seems to me you could already do that. You just go through an auctioneer to do it.
All right. I thank the gentleman.
Senator, what percent from Loudon? Senator Bell rise.
Mr. President, can we take this bill by for the day?
Without objection? Any objection? Seeing no objection, House Bill 1357 will go by for the day.
On page 12, House Bill 113.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the passage of House Bill 113.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, this simply provides a shield law for journalists. That's basically what it does.
Thank you. Senator, for what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Will the gentleman from Roanoke City rise for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I will try to answer the questions.
Senator,
thank you,
the
gentleman.
floor.
I'd ask the gentleman, why are we giving this shield to basically news reporters who are not granted this immunity, in other areas? And then also, second part of the question. May I?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. I also noticed that this is all like either print or electronic media, but does not cover websites and blogs and that type of thing.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I believe, and somebody can correct me, but I believe the reason is established news media are generally protected anyway. Some of these other news medias may not necessarily be protected. This makes it clear that if you are an established news media, that you are definitely protected. It makes that clear. I believe I'm right on this.
Mr. President, may I ask one more question?
Senator yield for further question. Senator from Roanoke City.
Yes, I'll try to.
All right, Senator's the floor.
Who decides? I'd ask the gentleman who decides what is established and what isn't.
Senator's the floor.
Well, there are some case law, I think, on that subject matter, but that's really a very good question. That's a question that it's got to be shown, I guess, because what this does, it provides these news media should not be compelled by the Commonwealth or locality to testify about certain information they received. And when you think about it, this is fundamental to the First Amendment. That a lot of information you would not even know about if the media had to disclose their sources. So I think this is a good bill.
I thank the gentleman.
Senator, for what purpose? Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I think it's important to note that in the Senate committee, we took out civil cases. So it only applies to criminal cases, which is to say grand juries and trials. So we narrowed it down much more surgically than it had been before.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose? Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
There is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you look on lines 16 to 25, we define what a news organization is, and this bill only applies to a news person who works at a news organization as defined in the bill. So to the senator from Chesapeake's question, these are newspapers or magazines issued at regular intervals, having a general circulation, recognized press associations, wire services, et cetera. So in the definition of a news organization, it is defined in such a way that it is a well-established news organization, not one that sort of pops up overnight, may have one blog post, but otherwise is not a real news agency. And these would include, it is not limited to just print. These could be online if they are within the definition of a news organization.
Thanks, Senator. Okay. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 113? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 113 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes none.
Ayes 31, noes 9. House Bill 113 passes.
On page 13, House Bill 308.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Mr. President, could that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 308 will go by temporarily.
Page 14, House Bill 340.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we pass House Bill 340. And speaking of this measure,
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this bill builds on legislation that we had last year from the Senator in Prince William to try to help those people who were affected by the partial shutdown of the federal government, which did impact a large number of Northern Virginians, and particularly addressing the issues such as non-payment of rent when they're unable to pay the rent when they've been furloughed, and also dealing with the issue of making sure that the payment on a mortgage would also not put them in a situation where they'd be subject to foreclosure. What this does is it provides 60 days for them to be able to catch up on that rent, or 30 days to be able to catch up on payment on their mortgage after the conclusion of the furlough period. And I would note that in most of these instances, including what happened last year, the individuals in those families often had a hardship being able to pay it, but in the end they got back pay to be able to handle those types of things. So it does not result in a substantial long-term impact.
Mr. President.
Senator, for what purpose? From Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
I would ask if the senator from Fairfax would yield for a question or two.
Senator, yield.
Mr. President, I will yield for a question. Whether I know the answer, I will let you know.
Senator yields. Yield the floor.
Mr. President, I'm certain that the senator has answers to all these questions, but I would ask the senator, we are actually passing legislation this year, it looks like, that will provide for collective bargaining and for public employees. And what I would ask the senator is, does this bill extend relief to, say, public employees in Virginia who may, say, go on strike? And would this give them relief as well?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, first of all, I think the legislation that we're contemplating there, in instances where they're public employees, they are not permitted to go on strike. But I would also deal with the issue by pointing out that the legislation specifically refers to those people who have been furloughed, and it does not include any reference to strikes or any other type of employee action there.
Mr. President, further question.
Senator Yield.
And I appreciate that.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to yield.
What I would ask is, and I appreciate the senator pointing out that that the collective bargaining legislation does not contemplate allowing strikes, but we're also, and maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or the next day, looking at legislation that deals with project labor agreements. And would this bill provide relief to, say, an employee of a state contractor that is put out of work as a result of a strike by that union shop operating under a project labor agreement, if that employee, due to no fault of his own, not his request, winds up being out of work as a result of that strike?
Mr. President, Senator Obenshain, I would say that this does not allow that person to be able to to be affected positively by this. What it does is it does provide an opportunity for someone who is employed by a contractor, but only if the contractor is unable to be able to continue to provide payment to them during the period of a furlough, such as by the federal government. So,
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 340? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 340 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. House Bill 340 passes.
On page 15, House Bill 375.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This bill is relating to post-secondary school enrollment agreement, the disputes and arbitration. And I know some people don't like that word, but that's what it does.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 375? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 375 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. House Bill 375 passes.
On page 19, House Bill 511.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I'm getting my exercise today just standing up and sitting down here. I think so. But anyway, I move that that House Bill 511 pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator, the floor.
What this does is it ensures that all state agencies, all state government entities, have the ability to be able to provide electric charging stations for vehicles that would be either theirs or other people's vehicles. Right now, there is that provision provided to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the Department of General Services, the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Department of Transportation, and public institutions of higher education. But other state entities do not have that ability and would be regarded as public utilities if they exercised it without this legislation. This is just to make sure that we have the opportunity to have agencies that have significant numbers of employees or others that they want to use the electric charging stations there.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain rise?
Would Senator Barker yield for a question?
Senator Yield?
Well, I didn't even have time to sit down, but I'd be happy to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Do these state agencies now have that ability to charge?
Charge
a fee?
The state agencies do not have that ability other than the ones that are named. that are already named in the code, which includes conservation and natural resources, conservation and recreation, and Department of Transportation and others.
Further question?
Further question.
Senator Yields? Senator Barker?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
There's the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I would ask whether this only provides permission for other agencies to charge, or whether it is a mandate that they charge.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, Senator Obenshain, this only provides a permission. It does not mandate anything. So.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
You know, a lot of people think that having an electric vehicle is free, that it doesn't cost anything. I guess if you go to a state plug-in, it is free. I guess those folks who are parking over in the garage over here can plug in for free and charge their vehicle for free. Indeed, it actually costs something. And every time that a state agency decides, as a matter of public policy, we want to pursue a green energy policy and puts up a plug or a charging station without charging a fee to people who use it, it's the rest of us in Commonwealth of Virginia who are picking up the tab for that. And just as a matter of principle, I think that the state, if it's going to put up these charging stations, it should charge a fee at every single one of them, and not just selected ones, not just at the agencies that decide to do it. And frankly, I think any public body that does that owes that duty to the taxpayers of the Commonwealth or of that locality to actually charge a fee for providing that electricity, which is not free.
What purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, whether it's House Bill 454 that we passed earlier today, whether it's this bill, whether it's the buses where we talked about electric-powered buses and putting them back on the grid to repower things. Last year we talked about the VW Audi settlement, which a big part of that was putting in electric vehicle charging stations. I think we need to look at this as a policy issue. We either want carbon-free vehicles or we don't. We want to look at reducing our carbon-free footprint or we don't. We have a lot of legislation this year that says, well, we're going to charge for this, but we're not going to charge for this. We're going to provide a subsidy here, but we're going to charge for this over here. We really need to have some consistencies with the policies we're passing here in this body, and we need to think long and hard about what that policy is going to be. Are we pushing for carbon-free or footprints, or are we pushing to charge people for electric vehicles and everything else we can tax and charge them on? Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I just want to back everybody up 6,000 feet for a minute. Right now, under state law, only a handful of agencies can even operate the charging stations. What this bill and under current law, those handful of agencies that can do it can charge a fee or not, depending on what they want to do. All this does is say that any state agency that wants to operate one of these can, and gives them the same flexibility that we give the handful that do it today. So we're not making a policy decision here whether they should or should not charge. We are making a policy decision here today that we want more agencies that have employees that have electric vehicles to be able to operate charging stations than just the handful that can do it today.
Mr. President.
What purpose is it from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
In light of that, I would ask this to go by for the day so I can prepare an amendment to make it mandatory that a fee be charged.
Any objection to the bill going by for the day? Without objection, House Bill 511 will go by for the day.
On page 21, House Bill 715.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I move that the amendments be agreed to, and speaking to that.
Go ahead. Sorry, Senator, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, this bill is relating to the Governing Board of Public Institutions of Higher Education. It increases the undergrad tuitions or mandatory fees. and certain disclosures.
Mr. President.
I move the bill pass.
We're moving the amendments, and then the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
May I speak to the amendments?
Yep, Senator has the floor.
Thank you. I would move that we pass Amendment 1 and that we vote separately on Amendment 2.
Is this Amendment 1 here? Where's
No, it's on here. Move the committee amendment. That's the committee amendment.
All right. So to get us all on the same page, there are two committee amendments currently. Senator Hashmi has moved to sever those two and to vote on them individually.
That's correct.
So we're going to start with the First Amendment. Does everybody have that in their calendar, the first committee amendment? Okay, so we're going to vote on that one first. All in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee amendment number 1 is adopted. Now we're going to vote on committee amendment number 2. All in favor of adopting
Mr. President, I request that we reject the second committee amendment.
Okay. Senator, want to speak to that? Hold on.
Mr. President, with the recommendation that we reject the amendment, I move that we approve the second amendment.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be, do you need Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would either Senator Lucas or Senator Hashmi rise to answer a question about this amendment?
Yes, I yield.
Oh,
Senator Hashmi.
I apologize. You're around the corner there.
Yield. Senator has the floor.
We heard this in higher ed sub and then in committee. Actually, it looks like we're taking out anything dealing with parents or legal guardians or any of the like. Is that correct?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the institutions of higher education, in agreement with the patron, requested a floor amendment, and that is correct. We would be taking out the references to parents and guardians with the understanding that in institutions of higher education, communication is usually done directly to students rather than to parents or legal guardians.
Further question?
Further question, Mr. President.
Senator Yield. Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I'd ask the gentlelady, but they still have to put out this information on their website, and it is available to others than just students. Is that correct?
Mr. President, that is correct. The information would be shared on all public information sites by the universities.
Thanks, gentlelady.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from... Okay. What purpose, Senator from Henrico? Senator Donovan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
This amendment's really important, and I support it. Schools don't have parents' email information. In fact, they are not able to collect that information, hold it. There are FOIA issues here. So I rise and encourage the body to support the floor amendment to House Bill 715. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt committee amendment number 2?
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Allow me just to say that, you know, until we stop expecting parents to pay tuition, we ought to be requesting their input. I've heard from some about the importance of making sure that we email notices to voters, and you know, it is 2020, and you know, schools get a lot of information from parents. They request information about parents' residency and determining whether students are in state or out of state. And I don't think it's too much to ask for schools to provide that notice to parents. I understand that the colleges and universities may not like it, They may not like more input. They may not like hearing from the people who are writing those checks and paying the bills, but they should. They owe it to the people of Virginia, the people who are paying the bills, to solicit their input. And I would, for that reason, ask that the floor amendment fail.
What purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
I'm going to rise for a parliamentary inquiry and then a statement.
Okay.
My parliamentary inquiry is the motion is to adopt the Second Amendment with a recommendation to reject.
Correct.
All right. Speak to that.
Senator's the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this has been my bill for the past 2 years, which was the 30-day notice bill followed by the public hearing bill, both of which we enacted. And I ran into this exact same issue when I spoke with the universities, which is what's called FERPA, Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, which basically is if you've got kids in college like I do, why you don't get emailed their grades. Okay? Basically, there's a barrier between direct communications from the university to the parents in regard to certain items, one of which is grades, another one of which apparently is health information, tuition. They certainly can find you when they want you to write a check, and I agree with that. Having said that, the Senator's amendment, Senator Hashmi's amendment, is exactly correct that in order to be consistent with FERPA, and I ran into this last year, we need this language rejected, which means we have to what we adopted is correct. We need to reject what the committee recommended. So please reject. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. What he said.
Senator's the floor.
I should have known better in higher ed. I work in higher ed, and because of FERPA, we have to reject what the committee did and adopt the amendment that's being recommended.
Thank the Senator. Do any senators other than Senator Hashmi wish to be heard regarding the second committee amendment? Seeing none, Junior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you. What Senator Locke just said. I was going to restate the issue of FERPA and also just point out that so many of our contemporary college students are working adults. Our largest population of college students is located in our 23 community colleges. They are not beholden to their parents, and they should be treated as adults. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt committee amendment number 2? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Oh, sorry. Start it again. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt committee amendment number 2? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Committee amendment number 2 is rejected. Junior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the floor amendment, and I waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. The Junior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the floor amendment.
For the reasons previously stated?
For the reasons previously stated.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator.
Having previously been heard.
Question is, shall House Bill 715 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. House Bill 715 passes.
On page 22, House Bill 720.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 720 be passed. And speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is another in a line of bills that we've had this year in general laws and technology dealing with the disclosure packets that must be provided to someone who is contemplating making a purchase of a property that is subject to Property Owners Association Act. What this particular bill does is it deals with signs, political signs that can be either can or cannot be displayed and shown and placed upon properties there, and it makes the Disclosure Act must contain a statement of any restrictions on the size, the place, the duration, and the manner of placement or display of political signs by a lot owner. So.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, Rob?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition to the bill. And
Senator, the floor.
Let me just say, in case anybody has not bought a piece of property recently, bought a home recently, you get a stack of paper that's about yay big. And you have disclosures about everything. Yes, Senator Stanley, even closings your office conducts. And the reason is that you have that big of a stack is the federal government and state government every year decides got to have another disclosure, another piece of paper in that stack. It is white noise already. We already have requirements that property owners association, that membership or that your property is in an association governed by covenants be disclosed already. How far are we going to go? We've got another bill in just a minute, House Bill 838, which I will not speak to, which just adds another piece of paper to that stack. I think enough is enough.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Mr. President, speaking briefly.
Senator's the floor.
I think that Senate Bill 720 is a decent bill. I dislike a lot of the additional disclosures because I'm the person that has to pretend like you've actually looked at all of them and try to make sure that you have looked at the important ones. But this is simply going to the Property Owners Association's disclosure that already exists, making sure that they know that they're about to join a homeowners association that has taken the un-American position of banning political signs, which is something I really don't like. I'm glad we don't do that very often in my area. Oh, there's a handful. But I think this is something that people should know. So even though we should lighten up on some of the documents we keep sending people's way, this is one that I think they actually should get. Because most of us would be pretty disappointed to find out that we just bought a home in an area after we bought it where we can't put up a campaign sign. And I think there's some other Virginians that might feel the same way.
For what purpose, Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell, rise.
Mr. President, speaking of the motion.
Senator's the floor.
I agree with the gentleman from Roanoke County, and I will say Delegate Reed serves in my area. We have quite a few HOAs, and frankly, we've had a great deal of issues over confusion of political signs, particularly the size, when they can be displayed, et cetera. So I think this bill, frankly, is going to help to avoid some of those problems and to just allow people to understand what the rules really are so people won't be as offended when in fact they're enforced. With that, Mr. President, move passage of the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 720? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 720 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. House Bill 720 passes.
On page 24, House Bill 757.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 757 pass. And speaking to that measure,
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this is an issue that we've dealt with over the last several years in terms of actions within the Senate, often passing legislation along this line. What this bill would do is it's referred to sometimes as ban the box. What it would do is it would provide a requirement that the state agencies and localities that are within the Commonwealth would be prohibited from asking information related to arrests or convictions, those types of things, when someone is applying for a job in the first stage. It would be only at the latter stages after someone is being seriously considered or potentially or is about to be offered a job that they would be able to collect that information and be able to make some judgments on things. So.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 757? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 757 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. House Bill 757 passes.
On page 26, House Bill 838.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I first move the substitute be adopted.
Done that.
We've done that. So I'm passing now.
Okay. All right. Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to it,
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that came in with a fairly ambitious approach to things that has been substantially modified by the substitute that's before us at this particular time. What it would do is basically just require that the purchaser be made aware of actual disclosures contained in the property disclosure statement, and not just the existence of such disclosures, and that there would be a form that would have to be signed by the potential purchaser, just stipulating to that.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 838? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 838 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. House Bill 838 passes.
On page 39, House Bill 1570.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, what this bill does is provide that an exception to the law prohibiting possession of tobacco products, nicotine vapor products, or alternative nicotine products by a person less than 21 years of age in the situation where there's a scientific study conducted by an organization approved by an institutional review board. And I will yield to the Senator from Alexandria for further explanation.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Just to shine a little bit more information on there, a lot of people don't know that VCU has within the Department of Psychology, the Center for the Study of Tobacco Products, and there is research conducted there on developing and demonstrating methods to evaluate modified risk and other strategies for less risk on tobacco and nicotine products. And we've had one professor who's authored or co-authored more than 200 peer-reviewed publications and obtained grants of more than $50 million from NIH. So this is valid scientific research that's going on that will hopefully, in the long run, lessen the use of tobacco and nicotine.
For what purpose is Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Speak to the bill.
Mr.
President, I just want to point something out. I'm going to vote for this, but in committee, it was acknowledged by the patron of this bill, and this bill, remember, has to do with vaping and testing, and it creates an exemption that allows testing on teenagers. The patron of this bill conceded in committee that it would be illegal to do this testing in Virginia on animals, but we are allowing this testing on teenagers.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, speaking against this bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I love my dogs, but I love my kids a little bit more. And frankly, I don't think we should be making a decision and putting our children in scientific studies with nicotine and dosage of nicotine when we know for a fact that in extreme dosages, it's death. We know in moderate dosages, it's blistering of the esophagus. And I think this is the wrong way to go. If we're not willing to do it on animals, we certainly shouldn't do it on teenagers. Now, I know there are a lot of people in here who will think teenagers are animals. I'm not one of those today. But I'm going to vote against this bill for the reasons I stated, but I truly don't think we should be using our teenagers in studies like this where we're testing them with nicotine and other products that we in this body have said you must be 20 years or 21 years or older to have. What's next? Are we going to take our teenagers and see how much alcohol they can drink? Again, this is the kind of things that we're doing here, and I think that this is just flat wrong. Thank you very much. And I hope this body would vote against this bill, Mr. President.
For what purpose is the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. President, to respond to those comments. These can be those under 21 who are already using the product, who are found to be using the product, and can be surveyed and so forth, and also that given a lower dosage than they might already been using, and those who are on tobacco, cigarettes, to see if the other product works as a cessation product. So this does not have to be about people being recruited to use this for the first time.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1570? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1570 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. House Bill 1570 passes.
Returning to page 13, House Bill 308.
Mr. President.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
I move that we agree to the committee amendments and speaking to the bill.
Senator, I think we've done the committee amendment, so now it's just on passage.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. President, I move passage of House Bill 308.
Senator has the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, what this bill does, it requires the Department of Education to establish and distribute to each school board no later than August 1st, 2020, guidelines for the granting of excused absences to students who are absent from school due to mental or behavioral health, and requires any student who is absent from school due to his mental or behavioral health to be granted an excused absence subject to these guidelines. I renew my motion for the bill to pass.
All good. We're multitasking. Question is, shall House Bill 308 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. House Bill 308 passes.
Returning to page 19, House Bill 511.
No, that one went by for the day.
Okay. So that's it.
That's it.
That went by for the day?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 787, a bill relating to grand jury hate crimes, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I move the passage of House Bill 787.
Senator, the floor.
By way of explanation, this simply adds to the list of crimes that a multi-district grand jury may investigate. In the case of simple assault and assault and battery and damage to property, it would add that the victim to this grand jury investigation, when the victim was intentionally selected because of race, religious conviction, gender, disability, gender identity, sexual orientation, color, or national origin. That's all it would do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 787? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 787 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. House Bill 787 passes.
House Bill 358, a bill relating to contracts with government agencies for public works, agreements with labor organizations. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor, and there are 2 floor amendments.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Yeah, Mr. President, may that go by for just one more day?
Without objection, House Bill 358 will go by for the day.
House Bill 831, a bill relating to utility easements, broadband, and other communications services. Reported for the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Well, first I move we adopt the substitute.
And Senator, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, this conforms House Bill 831 to Senate Bill 794 that Senator Lewis had that passed here 40-0. And this essentially declares that the state policy is to allow easements to provide communications where there is an existing easement, as long as there are no poles involved. In other words, they can bury it in the ground within that easement. I think this is pretty helpful, particularly to a lot of areas that desperately need this. So, and like I said, it now conforms to Senator Lewis's bill. And with that, I would move that it pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for request.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, Senator Saslaw, I would like to take that by another day. I'm going to have an amendment for this bill because I think, quite frankly, as it stands right now, it has some constitutional issues, but I would like a day to draft an amendment for that purpose.
Without objection?
Yes, no problem.
Without objection, House Bill 831 will go by for the day.
House Bill 833, a bill relating to prevailing wage requirement for public work contracts penalty. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with an amendment.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
That's another bill that I would request that go by for the day.
Okay. Senator, want to do that before we vote on the amendment?
We can adopt the amendment, and I'm having a substitute drawn, but I don't know if it's being drawn to that amendment.
Okay, well then we'll just have it go by for the day. Okay, without objection, House Bill 833 will go by for the day.
House Bill 1037, a bill relating to health institutes, health insurance, short-term limited duration medical plans. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senior Senator
I would
from Fairfax.
adopt the substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
The substitute conforms it to Senator Hashmi's bill. What this does is it prohibits a carrier from issuing in the Commonwealth after July 1st of next year any short-term limited duration medical plan with a duration that exceeds 3 months or that can be renewed or extended beyond 6 months, and also that you can't have more than 6 months in any 12-month period. And the other, it's the same as we had in Senator Hashmi's bill. It prohibits a carrier from issuing this during the annual open enrollment plan that we have here.
Thank you, Senator.
With that, I would move that it pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise? You okay? Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1037? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1037 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. House Bill 1037 passes.
House Bill 1623, a bill relating to fee for open space preservation, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there are 2 floor amendments.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Well, I was unaware of the floor amendments. I thought they were withdrawn.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to withdraw my floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, the floor amendments are withdrawn. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill increases from $1 to $3 the existing recordation fee levied on deeds and records in jurisdictions in which open space easements are held by the Virginia Outdoors Foundation. It also has some clarifying language. I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1623? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1623 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. House Bill 1623 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Dunneman.
Never mind,
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we did pass House Bill 1623, could that vote please be reconsidered?
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1623 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Having previously explained the bill, I move that it pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall House Bill 1623 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. House Bill 1623 passes.
House Bill 1, a bill relating to absentee voting, no excuse required. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the amendment. Has it been agreed to?
We'll be at ease momentarily. Senate will come to order. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, this bill simply permits any registered voter to vote by absentee ballot in an election in which he is qualified to vote. With the amendment, this is identical to Senate Bill 111, which passed the Senate several weeks ago. Again, I reiterate my motion that it pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. House Bill 1 passes.
House Bill 19, a bill relating to voter identification, signed statement in lieu of required form of identification penalty. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, with this substitute, with the bills conform to Senate Bill 65, which was the senator from Hampton's bill that passed the Senate several weeks ago, it repeals the photo ID requirement for voting. It adds a signed statement alternative for persons who do not have one of the required forms of identification. It adds identification cards from out-of-state institutions of higher learning as an accepted form of identification, and it provides that the expiration date of a Virginia driver's license is not considered for purposes of the identification requirement. I reiterate my motion that it pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 19? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 19 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. House Bill 19 passes.
House Bill 196, a bill relating to employment discrimination against electoral board members and assistant general registrars, prohibition on discrimination and employment penalty. Reported for the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move this bill pass. It prohibits discrimination in employment against electoral board members and assistant general registrars on the basis of service on Election Day or at a meeting of the electoral board following the election to ascertain the results of the election. Current law prohibits such employment discrimination only on the basis of Election Day service and only against officers of election. A violation of this bill's provisions is a Class 3 misdemeanor. I reiterate my motion that it pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 196? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 196 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. House Bill 196 passes.
House Bill 200, a bill relating to additional local sales and use tax in Mecklenburg County, appropriations of Mecklenburg County to incorporated towns for educational purposes. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass.
Senators, the floor.
This bill simply adds Mecklenburg County to the ever-growing list of counties that can have up to one set sales tax for the purpose of school construction and renovation, provided it passes a referendum.
For purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of House Bill 200.
Senators, the floor.
First of all, Mr. President, I would remind the body that this requires a vote of 27, and we're on reconsideration. I know there are those in the body who would prefer that we have a single piece of legislation that goes statewide. That is not the issue before us at the moment, and I would respectfully ask you to support HB 200.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
I was curious what the property tax rate was in Mecklenburg County that apparently was so high that they needed to have a sales tax referendum. And I believe that I'm reading mecklenburgva.com correctly, but I have trouble believing that this is accurate. It says that the property tax rate is 42 cents. So I don't know if that's accurate. I pay $1.09 in Roanoke County. 42 cents is pretty low to suggest that there needs to be now a sales tax authority. And so, in somewhat, when the senator from James City said some would like to see it expanded elsewhere, I don't see how anyone else can't make the case for a sales tax if indeed it is 42 cents on the dollar, which is pretty, per $100 rather, which is pretty astonishing to me. That's all I have to say, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope that you'll support the bill. Again, this bill requires a voter referendum. So this is not something that the local town council or board of supervisors is just going to slap on the residents of Mecklenburg County. It does require a referendum. And to be honest with you, 42 cents is probably pretty low. But if you look at the taxable property in that part of the state, there's just not that much there. So I hope you support the bill.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Roth.
Thank you, Madam President. I would simply like to respond to the gentleman from Roanoke County that, yes, the tax rate is 42 cents. What this does is it gives the citizen the opportunity to spread that need for $150 million worth of construction different ways rather than raising the tax up to Roanoke counties. And I would assure the gentleman that Roanoke County offers a lot more services than Mecklenburg County does.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to note that the sales tax, if you apply it, does enable those who are visiting the county to pay their fair share, if you will, towards the services that are so important to the county in which they are visiting. So I endorse this. It is another revenue stream, and I think it's a valuable revenue stream. I hope the body passes it. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator decide to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. The bill passed.
House Bill 207, a bill relating to absentee voting, no excuse required, permanent absentee voter list.
The senator
from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendments.
The senator from Bath, Senator Dees.
Madam President, I move the amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments pass? All in favor of the amendments will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments pass. The senator from Bath, Senator Dees.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. What the amendments did was basically make this bill part of this bill consistent with House Bill 1, which we just passed a few minutes ago. What this bill does that's new is that it adds a special application for which any registered voter may apply to receive absentee ballots for all elections in which he is eligible to vote, more or less a permanent absentee ballot. A voter will remain on that list until the voter requests in writing to be removed, until the voter's registration is canceled or placed on inactive status pursuant to law, or an absentee ballot is sent to the voter and is returned as undeliverable, or the voter moves to a different address not in the same county or city as his registration, that part of the bill doesn't become effective until July 1, 2021. I reiterate my motion that it pass.
The senator from Chesapeake, senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. I love saying that. Thank you, Madam President. Will the gentleman from Bath yield for a question?
I will certainly yield and try to answer the question.
Thank you, Madam President. I asked the gentleman, he said a permanent absentee voter list for any election that they can vote in. What happens, I'd ask the gentleman, what happens in a primary? You got to have a Republican or a Democrat if there's a primary in both elections.
Well, Madam President, I would say the State Board of Elections has to provide some level of work before this can become effective, and it won't become effective until next year. But I would suggest that as part of the application that the person will have to be requested to provide some information about which primary ballot they would prefer on a permanent basis, whether it be Democratic or Republican.
Senator from
Further question, Madam President?
Senator has the floor.
I yield.
Thank you. I'd ask the gentleman, we don't have identification by party identification on our voter registration. So I guess my question would it be a little confusing between I'm going to vote in the Democratic primary this year and the Republican primary in a couple of years? It seems to get somewhat cumbersome in this.
Madam President, I would say to the gentleman that the questions he's raising can be answered on lines 345 through 355 of the bill. It provides in there details with respect to how the person shall designate which ballot he's going to request and how he can change his political party selection at any time.
I thank the gentleman.
The question is, shall House Bill, there's one more, senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Madam President, will the gentleman from Bath yield for a quick question?
Will the gentleman yield? Gentleman has the floor.
Madam President, can you ask the gentleman from Bath the last time the State Board of Elections has correlated their database with the deceased person's database?
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I can't provide for him the information that he seeks, but he might email somebody at the State Board of Elections, and I'm sure they can answer it.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I want to say 2 years ago, we looked into that. And it had been many, many years, and we had multiple reasons why the deceased database could not be correlated or deconflicted with the state's database. Madam President, my concern with this bill is when somebody dies, that the absentee ballots are going to continue to be mailed to that person's address. We're not sure who's going to be filling them out. So that's one of my concerns, and that's why I hope the body would vote against this bill, Madam President. Thank you.
The question, we have the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
So you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is not earth-shattering. Bills like this will increase voter turnout. It will also reduce the workload on our registrars. According to the Patron, that an estimated 8,000 local registrar staff hours are spent processing applications for people who vote absentee every year. So this will save our registrars a lot of time if they don't have to process that application every single year after year. In addition, presumably a lot of times when people die, their mail starts coming back. This bill also will help to keep our voter rolls accurate, because as people move, we will get notice of that and their addresses will get updated. So we'll just also note the bill is supported by the National Association of Letter Carriers, who have to deal with a lot of this. A lot of these things when they come through. I just think the bill's a good idea. It'll increase turnout. We need to pass it.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Just to alert the senior senator from Virginia Beach that the Department of Elections does coordinate its list of registrants with the deceased person's database pretty much on a monthly basis.
hear the answer to this question.
The question is, shall House Bill 207 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passed.
House Bill 213, a bill relating to identification, accepted forms of identification, student identification card issued by out-of-state institution of higher education. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. This bill is contained in part in House Bill 19, which we just passed. It simply adds to the list of acceptable forms of voter identification a valid student photo ID card issued by an out-of-state school. I reiterate my motion that it pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? That is House Bill 213. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passed.
House Bill 220, a bill relating to absentee voting, postage prepaid on return envelope. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. This bill simply requires that the envelope provided to an absentee voter for the return of the absentee ballot include prepaid postage. The argument was raised that this was necessary for college students who are away from home and voting by absentee. The amendment we just agreed to is a reenactment clause because we thought that this was a good idea, but we wanted to make sure we had a better handle of the fiscal side of it. And so that's the purpose for the reenactment clause. I reiterate my motion that it pass.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
I'll speak to the bill, Madam Chairman.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. I just hope we look at what we're doing to our localities on this bill. The financial impact on some localities, such as Virginia Beach, is $25,000. Harrisonburg, $1,500. Emporia, $10,000, et cetera, et cetera. Another unfunded mandate. And I'm sorry, folks, is 50 cents too much to ask to cast a ballot? Come on. Thank you.
The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator, you have the floor.
Madam President, one of the most disappointing experiences I had after joining the Senate before being sworn in was I was at the Senate Finance hearing and I heard the person I always thought was one of the young senators talking about these 30-somethings that were so irresponsible. And it disappointed me to hear that day from the senator from Fairfax City. Well, today, I get to be in Senator from Fairfax City's shoes. I don't know how, when I went to college out of state, I managed to vote by absentee every single time and paid for the postage somehow. I don't think that I was somehow that much more able than these other students today. And I don't think that this is something that's necessary.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Just Madam Chair, to close this out, our Madam President, I would reiterate my motion that the bill pass. The fiscal question is a very real one, and that's exactly why we put the reenactment clause on this bill. This will impose no mandate. It will have to come back to us to be voted on again next year. So I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 220 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill passed.
Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Sorrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 207 on page 44 of the calendar, I'd move we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the bill be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill is reconsidered. The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, for reasons previously explained, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? That is House Bill 207. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passed.
Returning to page 46, House Bill 235. A bill relating to automatic voter registration, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, the amendment is the cause. And with that amendment, this bill is identical to Senate Bill 219 from the senator from Western Fairfax, which we agreed to several weeks ago. It provides for the automatic electronic transmission by DMV to the Department of Elections of certain information for any person coming into an office of the DMV or accessing its website in order to file for, replace, or just do a lot of different business. It's basically for the purpose of providing information for people that are or may register to vote. Again, I move that it pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 235 pass? The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sorry to impose on your time. Would the gentleman from Bath answer a question, please?
Will the gentleman yield?
Madam Chair, I will yield. The senator from Western Fairfax may be in a better position to answer the questions, but I will try.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't really care who answers the question. Anybody that transacts business in the DMV, according to this bill, will that now include those folks who are coming in for a driver identification card who are not here legally?
No, it won't. Madam Chair, there's a delineated people, the type of business they have to transact, and they're people that are applying for trying for, replacing, or renewing a driver's license, applying for, replacing, or renewing a special identification card, or changing an address on an existing driver's license or special identification card. The person has to indicate they're a citizen of the United States, and they have to be 17 years or older at the time of the transaction.
I thank the gentleman.
The question is, shall House Bill...
Madam President.
I'm sorry, didn't see you in queue.
Speaking very briefly to the bill.
The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Sudolak.
Thank you, Madam President. This was a companion to the bill that we talked about a few weeks ago, and when we did, I asked the senator from Western Fairfax about what was happening in Illinois at the time. And what's happening in Illinois has been a real headache for them, which is basically, it's the situation suggested by the senior senator from Chesapeake. And what's happened there is they had licenses available for folks that were undocumented, and they had a process by which they were to ask people if they were a citizen. The Illinois system has not worked out. More than a dozen people have actually voted, and in addition to that, several more never voted. They recognized that they weren't supposed to vote, but they were registered to vote fraudulently. Had they would have put themselves in a real pickle for themselves. And so, as I said that day, I don't think this is a good idea, but I certainly hope its implementation in Virginia works out a lot better than it did in Illinois.
Thank you. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds. The question. The
Saslaw.
senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I simply remind the senator from Roanoke County, what passed here earlier was not DMV registration, it was the ID for those people who are undocumented, so it's not automatic. It's for people who are, the reason they're getting that is because they're not citizens, and B, they're not documented. So you won't have that situation, at least as of now.
Then no other senator who desires to speak. The question is, shall House Bill 235 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are all senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passed.
House Bill 240, a bill relating to absentee voting, annual applications for eligible absentee voters. Reporting from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move this bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
You remember a few minutes ago we passed the bill that's effective next July 1 that basically says you can go on a list, have a absentee ballot sent to you on a permanent basis until you request a change. This is a bill that effectuates a temporary absentee voter list that will exist until next July 1. This bill says that any person who's eligible for an absentee ballot pursuant to law and who is likely to remain so eligible for the remainder of this calendar year, shall be eligible to file a special annual application to receive ballots for all elections in which he's eligible to vote in that calendar year. So this basically is a year-by-year approach where and the way the bill's crafted, it's in the same section as the previous bill. This bill will expire when the law becomes effective next July 1, 2021, to make a permanent absentee voter list. I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 240 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are all senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator decide to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passed.
House Bill 242, a bill relating to absentee voting, emergency voting. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. This bill provides a process by which a qualified voter is permitted to vote by absentee ballot when emergency either prevented him from applying for an absentee ballot by the deadline or will prevent him from voting in person on Election Day. The bill also provides for the Commissioner of Elections to take administrative action to facilitate absentee voting by those persons providing emergency or other services in an area in which a state of emergency has been declared.
The question is, shall House Bill 242 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the rolls.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bill passed.
House Bill 646. A bill relating to pipeline permit violations, penalty amounts. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute pass and speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is one of the pipeline bills. We had a long hearing on this in the Ag Committee. Basically, this gives the State Water Control Board jurisdiction to award penalties up to $50,000 per violation or $500,000 per hearing for those pipeline operators that violate our state water laws, water control laws. It also sets out a process, standard of proof, and everything else for how those hearings are to be conducted. We did not give the stop work order, but we did give the civil penalties, which this is the civil penalty bill. So that's an explanation. I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 646 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, no 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passed.
House Bill 704, a bill relating to environmental justice agency regulations working group. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with the substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is agreed to.
Madam President, I move that the substitute pass. Speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this has to do with the concept of environmental justice. The substitute basically just establishes the definitions for the law and then says it's our policy to promote environmental justice. It doesn't have any civil penalties or any sort of specific remedies, but just establishes the policies, but most importantly, establishes the definitions.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal. The senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, just speaking to this very briefly.
Senator Stewart has the floor.
I did support this bill, and I intend to support it again, but I will tell you all that with this bill, one we've already passed out of here and one or two more to come, there will be 3 or 4 competing definitions of environmental justice. Yes, ma'am. And at some point, this body and the body down the hall are going to have to decide on one because right now you got a lot of conflict going on.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. The bill passed.
House Bill 706, a bill relating to offshore oil and gas drilling policy. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with an amendment.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendment.
The question is, shall the amendment pass? All in favor of the...
I move the adoption of the amendment. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The adoption of the amendment.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass as amended. Speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill as amended matches up with the bill that Senator Lewis passed through here a few weeks ago. Basically just establishes a policy that we will have no offshore leases for oil drilling. And I think it's been previously explained, so therefore I just move the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 706 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The bill passed.
House Bill 1162, a bill relating to the Department of Environmental Quality, Environmental Justice.
The senator
from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with an amendment.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendment or adopt the amendment.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. This has to do with the basically the mission of DEQ and taking this concept of environmental justice, which my colleague, Senator from King George, just spoke to, and just putting the environmental justice language into the mission of DEQ. Other than that, it doesn't really change anything of substantive nature, just puts it within the mission of DEQ. I move the bill pass.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I just wanted to point out for the body that the definitions in House Bill 704, House Bill 1162, and then another one we're going to look at in a minute, 1164, are all consistent because we heard them all on the same day in the committee and amended them so that those definitions would be consistent. So if there are other ones we haven't caught yet, then we can flag those for the governor to make sure that all of the definitions of environmental justice are consistent, because we did attempt to do that in committee.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Speaker, or
Whatever.
President. Thank you. If I could ask a question of the senator from Fairfax.
Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
The senator has the floor.
Senate Bills 1162 and 1164 are addressing the same subject in not far away from each other in the code.
Right.
Is there a need to have both of these bills passed?
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Well, I would answer the gentleman that probably wasn't a need to have them both filed, but now they've both been filed, there's certainly a need to have them both passed.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Madam President, is either one better than the other?
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Madam President, they actually address two different topics. One has to do with the environmental justice. The second has to do with climate change. They both have to do with the mission of DEQ. Next year, I do intend to bring a bill that will require a filing fee for each piece of legislation so we can cut down on some of this stuff. But in the meantime, this is what we got is two bills. And they're both meritorious, in my opinion.
Speaking to the bill.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
It appears to me that 1164 is more all-inclusive than 1162, and I think that it would be wise for us just to not pass 1162.
If no other senator desired to speak, the question is, shall House Bill 1162 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passed.
House Bill 1164, a bill relating to the Department of Environmental Quality policy statements, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with an amendment.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the amendment.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. I think the ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. Speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
And I think the gentleman from Mecklenburg kind of touched on this, but yes, this is the same code section. This also has to do with the mission of DEQ. The previous bill had to do with environmental justice. This one speaks to what it's called emerging environmental challenges, which has to do with climate resilience and speaks to that as one of the missions of DEQ in order to come up with solutions for that issue. So I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1164 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The bill passed.
House Bill 1352, a bill relating to responsible solid waste disposal, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm getting a workout here. I move that the bill pass and speak to the motion.
Senator has floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, House Bill 1352 deals with what it calls unpermitted solid waste disposal sites or dumps on private property that are not there by design. Basically, it has to do with a means for DEQ to get at and address these open dump sites, open waste sites, and I think I'll just leave it at that. I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1352 pass?
Madam President.
Sorry, didn't see you in queue, but it is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Senator has floor.
Madam President, I apologize. We're moving so fast, and I was trying to check.
I apologize.
Would the gentleman, does he recall whether or not we amended out the presumption in this bill that if there is an area on your property where there was a dump, it's prima facie evidence that you are operating that dump?
Madam President,
Fairfax County Senator.
If I might respond, I would answer the gentleman. We spoke about that in committee, and I think that was, quite frankly, why this bill got some no votes in committee. I think the presumption is if there's an unpermitted dump site on your property, the presumption is it's there with your consent.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
I thank the gentleman, but I would direct everybody's attention to line 279 in the bill, and it took me a while to find this because it's a long bill. The presence upon a person's property of solid waste for which no permit has been issued, and that is not otherwise exempt from permitting requirements, shall be prima facie evidence that such person allowed this to happen. And Madam President, what that means is this, is if you have a piece of property and somebody had put stuff on it years ago, as they did, they used to put old cars, they used to put appliances, they dumped a number of stuff. That a prima facie evidence means the burden then shifts to you to prove that you didn't do it. And that's significant under the law. Typically, it's the other way around. They've got to prove that you did it as opposed to you not having done it. So it puts the burden on the landowner, and it's really unfair. But most of us, if we have this on our property, we clean it up, and I've had those examples. But sometimes you can't or you don't, or you might even not know it's there, and it can be uncovered. And now you are penalized for it, and this is a pretty significant bill. So I don't think I'm going to change anybody's mind, but at least understand what you're voting for here. That's a pretty severe provision in this bill that I had hoped would have been removed. DEQ already has broad authority to deal with these situations, and now I don't know why we're putting that burden on the landowner. So I hope we'll oppose the bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. I have to align my remarks with Senator Stewart's comments. For those who are in the more populous areas of Virginia, Northern Virginia, Richmond City, et cetera, it's pretty obvious when somebody next door has stuff dumped on their property. However, in the more rural areas and agricultural areas, there's property out there that's owned from people that don't live in the area, and all of a sudden somebody comes and dumps a load of old furniture or trash or tires or whatever on their property. All of a sudden now under this bill, that person is going to be assumed to have said, yes, you can do that. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I will tell you that anybody that owns any property that they don't live on ought to be really afraid of this bill, because I think there's some really, really unintended consequences as enumerated by the senator from King George.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Russell. I'm sorry, the senior citizen from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, then it's Russell. Senator Russell from Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Madam President.
Too many lights going off.
Yes. So as my desk mate here spoke, I began to think about this bill, and I realized that those of us who have agricultural land and have acreage, when people settled this country, they didn't take their garbage off anywhere. They just put it somewhere. So we have all kinds of fine dumps all over all this beautiful agricultural property. Some of them have been cleaned up. Some of them have not been cleaned up. Some of them actually have artifacts in them. If you go through them, you can find some fine old bottles and ceramic remnants. But it's a little more serious even than that. This bill is, as Senator Cosgrove indicated. We have very rural areas where people can drive around, and some of them don't prefer. We don't have our trash picked up in most of our heavy waste, except in towns, is not picked up. People have to deliver it to collection sites. Well, we have some residents in rural Virginia, and there's quite a few of them, and I certainly don't approve of this, but they won't do that. Okay, what they do is they'll go and they'll find some place to kick it over a cliff or to dump it somewhere. And we've cleaned up hundreds of these sites with volunteer efforts. But this, for me as a landowner, or for one of my friends as a landowner, is going to create a presumption. It's going to create a presumption that we did that. Okay, now this is going on. This is 2020, but it's continuing to go on, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. It is continuing to go on. So this bill is just a bill that is a little bit before its time. The people that own land, they clean it up. The people that own the land, they clean it up. They clean up their sites, they clean up their messes, and they clean up other people's messes. Don't sick DEQ on them. Okay? Don't do that. That's what this bill would do. Thank you.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I hope the body does pass the bill. In committee, we had a rather robust hearing on this bill, and the presentations, for the most part, talked about really expecting accountability and expecting individuals to ensure that, there weren't unsightly, unsafe, or toxic materials on their property. If we don't make that connection, how can we ensure that property is actually ever cleaned up? And the committee members sort of tickled out the speakers who came before the committee, and we asked questions about, would there be a process? Can you demonstrate, a good faith effort and steps to achieve this? And the answers we received were, I think, somewhat reassuring to me. I mean, it's not that the landowner has to fix this in a day, but the landowner has to get to a point where the property is actually cleaned up. Otherwise, where would we be if we don't expect that this kind of material be removed? For those reasons, and for many solid environmental reasons, I do hope the body passes this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Madam President. And I rise to speak one last time on this bill. And the kind lady from Arlington talked about accountability, and I certainly believe it. Let me tell you a story about accountability. Once upon a time, when I was a child, and it continued into my teenage years, there was a place on one of our farms that people continued to deposit trash on. And my father and I would go through that trash and get envelopes with addresses, and we would contact those people, and we were very accountable. And we were very accountable in terms of trying to curtail and correct the established behavior of certain individuals. Now that is a tale. This is a tale of two Virginias that we're talking about here. Okay, and so to put the burden and somehow to shift the burden and say, you who are the landowner who pay the taxes on this land are suddenly going to have to pay or be presumptively thought to be guilty for somebody else throwing trash on it. Madam President, that's just a terrible idea. Thank you.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. Just speak to the bill one last time. May I proceed?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, this bill puts the onus on somebody else that's done nothing wrong. Somebody has violated their property, and now DEQ can hit them with a substantial penalty because they don't have a permit. Now, there may have been talk about this in committee, but this is exactly what this bill does. It's exactly what the gentleman from Russell was telling you, and the gentleman from Prince George. This is an infringement on personal property, and you're expecting somebody else to take the blame for the bad actions of another and to have to pay for that if they have no idea what's going on. Is that what we really want to do to our constituents throughout the Commonwealth? I hope not, and I hope we'll not pass this bill.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Madam President, will the senator from Eastern Fairfax rise for a question?
Will the senator rise?
Yeah, I'll yield.
Madam
Has the
President,
floor.
in an instant where somebody dumped, let's say, 20 shopping carts on my property, and somebody else called DEQ, DEQ came down and fined me for all those shopping carts being dumped on my property, how would his bill with the shopping carts that would fine the store owner $500, wouldn't that be like fining two people for the same act?
Senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Sorrell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree there are some slight parallels, but this situation is a little bit different, I would say. And first of all, the only thing I'm having flashbacks about is my granddaddy used to take me down to the lake where I'd go fishing at Smith Mountain Lake, and there was this underwater car that was really good for catching carp that was disposed of there because somebody thought that was a good place to keep that car. And so I could totally appreciate what the senator from Russell says. I was also told, I have another place I go up in New York, and I was told that up there they like to take all their trash and put it in the middle of the lake in the winter on the ice. And then when the ice broke in the spring, it would all go to the bottom of the lake. And that's how they used to get rid of their trash until maybe about 70 or 80 years ago. But the difference between this and the bill that the body previously passed on with regard to shopping carts is, at least with regard to shopping carts, that bill required the shopping cart owner to get notice. Then they would have a period of time to take action. If they didn't take action, then it became their responsibility. And I think, dumps are a whole different ballgame than a couple shopping carts here and there. I mean, I've had clients come to me about situations, for example, where they've had massive piles of trash piled up on property, and not just one or two or 10 or 20 carts laying around in a creek. So I think these are similar but not the same.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has floor.
Madam President, this is another example of how we're taking the victims of a crime, illegal dumping of trash on someone's property, and fining those victims for a crime that they didn't have anything to do with. They just have to now be responsible not just to clean it up, but to pay for it being cleaned up. So I think this is just another bad bill that we've got to stop from happening, because we shouldn't be we shouldn't be punishing and penalizing the victims of crimes. And I hope with that the body would vote against this bill. Thank you very much.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Would I think the senator from Fairfax City rise for a question, please?
Senator has floor.
Other than requiring the owner of the property to clean up what has been dumped, is there a penalty that would be imposed on the owner under this bill? And I think,
Madam President, it just says permit required, open dumps prohibited. I don't know if there's a civil penalty.
I'm happy to address that.
I will defer to my colleague from King George.
The senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. My understanding is when you have these operations that require permits and you do it without a permit or you violate a permit, DEQ has the ability to fine $25,000, $50,000. We have raised those fines recently in the past, and they are significant. It's one of the reasons that this really concerns me because of shifting the burden and now people being forced to prove that they didn't do it, while at the same time DEQ can pummel you with these large fines.
Madam President, would the gentleman from King George yield for another question?
The senator has floor.
So under current law now, who is responsible for cleaning up what's been dumped on the property?
Madam President, as I understand the law, they can already go after you for this. And that's what concerns me about this bill. What this bill really does is it shifts the burden. And I think it is an effort to deal with a case up in Loudoun County, and maybe the gentleman from Loudoun knows about that, but there's a site up there with a recalcitrant owner refusing to deal with things, and they've had difficulty. But DEQ can already go on if you are operating a dump without a permit. This just shifts the burden, and now you have to prove your innocence, as I understand it.
Madam Chair, I apologize.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I'm going to exercise my chairman's privilege to ask if this can go by for the day.
Without objection, the bill will go by for the day.
House Bill 1450, a bill relating to electric utility regulation, energy efficiency programs. The committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is the energy efficiency bill, which is 1450. Two key things about this bill. Basically, it permits a utility to invest in energy efficiency programs and gives them a return on equity just like they would for building a power plant or a pipeline or anything else that would be the typical infrastructure for which they earn a return on equity. The key point about this legislation is you can read 25 pages of single spaces, or you can just read the last sentence. Have I moved the amendment? I think I moved it yesterday. Yes. You can just read the amendment, which is a reenactment clause. And the point is that we put a reenactment clause on this. This is part of a larger conversation on clean energy. And with that, I would move the passage of the bill with the reenactment clause.
The question is, okay, I have one in queue. It's Senator Peterson. Yeah, okay. The question is, shall House Bill 1450 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, noes 17. The bill passed.
House Bill 1451, a bill relating to electric utility regulation, mandatory renewable energy portfolios, standard deficiency payments, energy storage deployment target. Reported, the committee amendments have been adopted by the Senate.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. This has to do with the renewable portfolio standard, or what we call mandatory RPS. This is a bill that establishes a mandatory RPS for our Phase 1 and Phase U utilities, which are Dominion and APCO. You can see the numbers that are in there and the percentages and the definition of renewable energy credits. But the bottom line is, as I gave in my last presentation, you can read the bill line by line, or you can just read the last sentence, which is the amendment, which is a reenactment clause. So, again, this is a bill that has been passed with a reenactment clause. It's part of a larger conversation which is going on clean energy, and with that, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1451 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passed.
Madam President.
Yes, the senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side whereby we passed House Bill 1450 on page 49, I would move that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall 1450 be reconsidered? All in favor of that motion, please record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Senators ready to vote? All senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill is reconsidered. The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass, having been previously explained. This is the Energy Efficiency Standard Bill.
The question is, shall House Bill 1450 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, no 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passed.
House Bill 1631, a bill relating to additional local sales and use tax in Charlotte County, appropriations of Charlotte County to incorporated towns for educational purposes. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. This is yet another addition to our rapidly proliferating list of localities that can raise their sales tax for education after a referendum.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam President. Just a question. How many votes is required for passage of this bill? Would it be 27?
27.
Thank you, ma'am.
The question is, shall House Bill 1631 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The bill passed.
House Bill 42, a bill to require the Board of Medicine to annually communicate to relevant practitioners the importance of screening patients for prenatal and postnatal depression and other depression. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Would the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, please pass by bills from Education and Health for the day? House Bill 42.
Would House Bill 103 be passed by for the day?
42. Without objection, House Bill 42 will pass by for the day.
House Bill 103, a bill relating to certain institutions of higher education, transcript notations, expungement. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, could House Bill 183 be passed by for the day?
Without objection, the bill will pass by for the day.
House Bill 183, a bill relating to libraries, assessment for cost in civil actions, disbursements for law libraries. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the bill, House Bill 183, pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, right now localities can provide a $4 charge to civil actions that are filed in courts within their jurisdictions. And what this would do would be to increase it by another $3 in terms of the maximum amount that can be charged as part of the civil action there, which would take it up to $7 on a filing. And the funds that would be additionally developed as part of this process would be used for law libraries.
The question is,
Madam President.
The senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I just want to bring to everybody's attention, this is about the 6th, 7th, 8th bill that I've paid attention to this session, where it raises a fee on a speeding ticket or on a deed or on a court case, and we just pass them without considering it. But I hope everybody will consider the cumulative effect, because, you know, it's only $3 on this one, and it's only $3 on that one, and it's only $4 on that one. But it's that cumulative $25 or $30 when we've already done it to them year after year, and it really disproportionately affects the people who can afford it the least. So at least give it some thought before you just vote to do this, because, I mean, these are people who have to pay this, and they really didn't do anything to have to pay it.
The question is, shall House Bill 183 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The bill does not pass.
House Bill 334, a bill relating to manufactured home parks, sale of park notice, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is adopted. The senator from Fairfax County, Senator Barker, Southern Fairfax County.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I now move that House Bill 334 be passed. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill deals with mobile home parks that are going to be closed. It provides that when an owner is closing a mobile home park and will be selling the property to a developer, that those individuals who are not able to move their mobile homes from that park to another nearby park in terms of being able to remain within that community, that the landlord for the park has to provide a 12-month notice in advance, but also then would provide some payment to the individuals whose homes cannot be moved. And some of these are homes in which they can live in them, but they're not in travel-worthy condition, and in terms of being able to be towed to another place. This was negotiated with the two groups of mobile home park owners, and is acceptable to them. It is less than what it would cost to move the homes, but it would provide some relief for the individuals who are affected by the closure of the park, who otherwise would have been able to remain there.
The question is, shall House Bill 334 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 8.
Ayes 31, noes 8. The bill passed.
House Bill 552, a bill relating to definition of birth control, reported from the Committee on Education and Health, and there is a floor amendment.
The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan. Floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I withdraw the floor amendment.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I would request that House Bill 552 be passed by for the day.
Without objection, the bill will go by for the day.
House Bill 618, a bill relating to hate crimes, gender, disability, gender identity, or sexual orientation.
The senator from
reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Edwards.
The senator from Roanoke City moves that the committee substitute be adopted.
The senator from Roanoke City moves that the committee amendment be adopted. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Mr. President, Madam President, the move that the bill pass, and by way of explanation.
Senator has the floor.
This simply adds to the list of hate crimes, a situation where the victim is picked out because of gender, disability, gender identity, sexual orientation, these are the categories that are added to hate crimes. Thank you, Mr. President. And by the way, this bill is now conforms to Senate Bill 179 of Senator Rivola, which passed the Senate 26-13. Madam President.
And the senator from Fairfax City. The question is, shall House Bill 618 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The bill passed.
House Bill 660, a bill relating to deferred dispositions, property crimes, larceny, and receiving stolen goods. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee...
You got to call me Madam President if I'm going to call you the senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President... I move the committee substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President.
Thank you.
I move that House Bill 660 pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 660 pass? The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Edwards, could you please explain that bill?
He's Fairfax City.
The senator from Roanoke City.
Anyway, they're cities. What the heck? Madam President, this bill is actually is conformed to Senator Serval's Senate Bill 489, which passed the Senate 39-0. What this does is simply allow for a deferred disposition in the case where the court finds somebody guilty but decides not to enter the guilty finding, and allows the further disposition by putting the defendant on probation for a period of time.
I thank the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards. The question is, shall House Bill 660 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passed.
House Bill 753, a bill to require the Department of Education to develop guidance standards for social emotional training for all public school students. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I ask that House Bill 753 be passed by temporarily.
Without objection, House Bill 753 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 759, a bill relating to strategic lawsuits against public participation, special motion to dismiss day of discovery fees and cost. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this bill simply, the substitute conforms the bill, which is a SLAPP bill, SLAPP, the Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. It conforms to my bill, Senate 375, which passes Senate 40-0. And that's all it does. With that, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House Bill 759 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. House Bill 759 passes.
Senate Bill 817, a bill to require the Department of Education, in collaboration with the Department of Health and Medical Professional Societies, to develop and implement health and safety best practice guidelines for the use of digital devices in public schools. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill requires the Department of Education, in collaboration with the Department of Health and Medical Professional Societies, to develop and implement health and safety best practices guidelines for the use of digital devices in public schools. I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 817? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 817 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. House Bill 817 passes.
House Bill 824, a bill relating to ex parte requests for expert assistance in criminal cases. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this bill conforms the House bill to the Senate bill, Senate Bill 806 of Senator Morsi's, which passed the Senate 35-4. What this does, it allows for a defendant in a criminal case to go to a judge ex parte, meaning without the other party present, to get assistance and to get assistance to hire an expert witness upon a showing that the requested assistance would materially assist the defendant in the case. That's basically what it does.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 824? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 824 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. House Bill 824 passes.
House Bill 927, a bill relating to housing authorities' notice of intent to demolish, liquidate, or otherwise dispose of housing projects. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 921 pass. And speaking to the measure,
there's the floor.
Mr. President, this bill is similar to Senate Bill 708 from the senior senator from Richmond, but is not conform completely to that. What it does is it requires that any housing authority that is going to, in effect, demolish or liquidate a housing project has to receive federal approval and an application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to be able to do so. What this bill does is it requires that within the local area there, including with all the residents of that unit, that they provide notice 12 months in advance of submitting their application to the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development to move forward with the potential demolishing or liquidating a particular housing project.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify, yesterday with the amendment from the House that we adopted, these bills are now identical. So they're identical.
Thank you.
And Senator, you okay? Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 921? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 921 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. House Bill 921 passes.
House Bill 962, a bill relating to hemp products intended for smoking. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 962 pass.
Senator, has the floor.
And by way of explanation, all this does is prohibit the sale of those persons under the age of 21 of hemp products intended for smoking. Now, why anybody would want to buy hemp products intended to smoke, I have no idea. But it prohibits those under 21 from buying it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 9?
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
I will attempt to answer the question.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, could the gentleman answer me what is the penalty for one possessing one of these products illegally if you're under the age of 21?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I have no idea. Never bought one.
Further question?
Mr. President, maybe I misunderstood that was the whole purpose of the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
I don't know. Maybe the gentleman would know that.
No further question. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Will the gentleman from Roanoke City yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Again, I will yield, but I'm not sure I will have a good answer.
Senator, has the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, I really have no idea what these substances might be. Hemp products intended for smoking. Does the gentleman have any idea what those might be?
Senator, has the floor.
I have no idea why anybody would want to buy hemp for smoking at all, because it has minimal amount of marijuana as far as I'm aware.
Further question?
I thank the dude.
And the senator, what purpose senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. On a more serious note, the age issue is not the focus of the bill, but rather to bring Virginia into the same status as the rest of the country. Under the 2018 Farm Bill, smokable hemp is legal. There is an interest in producing it in Virginia and processing it, and this would make it possible. As far as the issue of it being marijuana or not, hemp is not marijuana. THC is the issue. Hemp can only have up to 3% of THC, which means that you could not get high from it. But for those who have epilepsy or other such categories, it is a faster way of getting that into your bloodstream than taking drops.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, we had 5 bills in the hemp subcommittee this year. I can assure the president and the members of this body, none of them dealt with people smoking it. In Virginia, and I've learned this during this year, there is a growing interest in the hemp industry, growing crops of hemp, primarily for other products, not including rope. One of the issues that has come up is the content, the THC content in hemp. Right now, there's legislation pending in Congress as to what is the limit of a THC concentration in these farm crops. But to put things in proper perspective, I heard somebody say, and they were being just slightly cheeky when they said you would have to smoke 2 acres of a hemp crop to get high. With that said, I hope that adds a little bit more insight into this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sanders said, but you can do it. For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill briefly.
Senator, has the floor.
I just wanted to point out that there is CBD oil in it, which can have medicinal purposes, and for that reason, I'll be voting no. And I hope the members of the body will consider doing the same.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 962? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 962 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. House Bill 962 passes.
House Bill 974, a bill relating to petition for writ of actual innocence, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this bill is identical to the bill I carried, Senate Bill 511, which passed the Senate 23-17. It provides that in a writ of actual innocence, a person can request the writ based on biological and also non-biological evidence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 974? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 974 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. House Bill 974 passes.
House Bill 980, a bill relating to provision of abortion, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, House Bill 980 expands who can perform first trimester abortions to include, in addition to physicians.
Senator, sorry. I'm going to move the committee substitute.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to be in such a big hurry, but House Bill 980 expands who can perform first trimester abortions to include, in addition to physicians, physician assistants licensed by the Board of Medicine, and nurse practitioners or certified nurse midwives jointly licensed by the Board of Medicine and the Board of Nursing. The bill eliminates all the procedures and processes, including the performance of an ultrasound required to effect a pregnant person's informed written consent to the performance of an abortion. However, the bill does not change the requirement that a pregnant person's informed written consent first be obtained. The bill removes language classifying facilities that perform 5 or more first trimester abortions per month as hospitals for the purpose of complying with regulations establishing minimum standards for hospital. And again, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Just to clarify, with the substitute adopted from the committee, this bill is identical to the version that passed the Senate, Senate Bill 733. It does expand who can perform first trimester abortions, but only to include nurse practitioners who are practicing within their scope of practice. The bill, as amended, does not include physician assistants.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 980? For what purpose is Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Higgins, rise?
Mr. President, I just rise to speak in opposition to the bill again, just to restate my case, as I did previously a couple weeks ago about
the
scope of nurse practitioners. Even when we specifically say that it should include nurse midwives, we're still practicing out of the scope if some complication was to arise. We have independent practice authority in the state of Virginia. Having no physician on site could be problematic and possibly fatal to the patient. So I strongly suggest that you oppose this bill because of that alone, and many other reasons.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 980? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 980 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. Chair votes aye. House Bill 980 passes.
House Bill 1003, a bill relating to the Virginia Geographic Information Network, transfer of responsibilities from the Virginia Information Technologies Agency to the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 1003 pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator, is the floor.
And before I do so, I will, and potentially heading off a question from the senior senator from Chesapeake, say yes, I am going through puberty again, and as I get younger and younger every day, I assume I will be ready for the basketball game next year. So. But in addition to that, what we have here is they proposed transfer of two operations within state government from one agency to another. The Virginia Geographic Information Network is a major entity that has been in operation for a number of years, and what's proposed is to transfer the Virginia Geographic Information Network and its advisory board along with the 911 Services Board from the VITA, the Virginia Information and Technology Agency, to the Department of Emergency Management.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Mr. President, with apologies to the chairman who just gave that lengthy explanation, I meant to intervene and ask that this could go by for the day.
Without objection?
Thank you.
House Bill 1003 will go by for the day.
House Bill 1073, a bill relating to parental educational information, tobacco, and nicotine vapor products. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, it requires each school board to annually provide parents of pupils in grades kindergarten through 12 with information regarding the health dangers of tobacco and nicotine vapor products. And with that explanation, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1073? Seeing none, for what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I support this bill. I think it's great, and the amount of any amount of education we can provide to parents and students about the dangers of smoking, vaping, any tobacco use is always needed and greatly appreciated.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 1073 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. House Bill 1073 passes.
House Bill 1121, a bill relating to massage therapist qualifications license. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass.
Senator, it's the floor.
And, Mr. President, I would like to yield to
Senator from Fairfax City.
Senator from Fairfax City. Yes.
All right, I saw you buzzed in. Do you want to yield to? Does anybody want to field this? All right, Senator from Fairfax City. Peterson.
Well, I'm going to speak against the bill.
Oh,
Mr. President, I do not want to yield to the senator from Fairfax City.
I want to speak for it. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, we had a long discussion on this. I wonder if this bill could go by for the day. We could have more discussion about it tomorrow.
Without objection, House Bill 1121 will go by for the day.
House Bill 1179, a bill relating to public institutions of higher education, in-state tuition, refugees, and individuals with certain special immigrant visas. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass.
Senator, has the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill, I yield to the senator from.
this one. I'll do this one.
This time I do yield to the senator from Fairfax.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was heard in committee. This deals with a very narrow class of special refugees that have been certified under, you can see the U.S. Code sections. Basically, it's people that have been resettled in Virginia by order of the U.S. government. We're talking about, I think, less than 10 students that would have qualified under this. But since they've been resettled in Virginia and they're here legally, it is appropriate for them to have this benefit. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1179? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1179 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. House Bill 1179 passes.
House Bill 1201, a bill relating to Virginia Public Procurement Act, determination of non-responsibility, local option to include criteria in invitation to bid. Reported for the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Just wanted to prove a point here, but Mr. President, I move that House Bill 1201 pass. And speaking of this bill,
Senator has the floor.
House Bill 1201.
Senator, we have to move the committee substitute first.
Yes, I'm sorry. Move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. Question: shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Now I move that House Bill 1201 be passed.
Senator's
and
the floor.
Speaking of that measure, this bill is now identical. It's conformed to Senate Bill 380, which was brought to us by the senator from Prince William County. And we now have commonality of the two bills that are here. What it would do is it would provide a locality, a city or county or town that's doing a bid for contractors and for people replying to that they can include criteria that may be used to determine whether someone who is not pre-qualified by the Virginia Department of Transportation is a responsible bidder. What they have to do is demonstrate it by their own history of the entity that was proposed as a bid there.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1201? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1201 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. House Bill 1201 passes.
House Bill 1315, a bill relating to public institutions of higher education, students, determination of domicile. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, House Bill 1315 prohibits any student at a public institution of higher education from being deemed ineligible to establish domicile and receive in-state tuition charges solely on the basis of the immigration status of his parents. And with that explanation, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1315? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1315 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. House Bill 1315 passes.
House Bill 1394, a bill relating to family life education programs, materials, summaries. Reported for the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1394 requires each local school board that offers a family life education program to post for public viewing, 1, on the local school division's official website, a summary of each program, and 2, on the local school division's official website or a parental portal, a complete copy of all printed family life education program materials not subject to copyright protections, and description of all family life education programs, audiovisual materials. The bill requires each local school to implement the foregoing provisions no later than the start of the 2021-2022 school year. And with that explanation, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Could that bill go by for the day, please?
Without objection, House Bill 1394 will go by for the day.
House Bill 1462, a bill relating to admission to bail, charitable presumption against bail, rebuttable presumption against bail. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 1462 be passed.
Senator has the floor.
And by way of explanation, what this does, it deletes the provision in the code that a magistrate can, who's as to a defendant who is charged with an offense that gives rise to a rebuttable presumption against bail, that the magistrate can give bail without regard to that presumption, and it eliminates the notice requirement to the Commonwealth attorney. I think that explains it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1462? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1462 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. House Bill 1462 passes.
House Bill 1491, a bill relating to student voters, Virginia voter registration. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Getting my exercise today. House Bill 1491 requires each public high school to provide any enrolled student who is of voting age or otherwise eligible to register to vote access to Virginia voter registration information and applications, and the opportunity to complete such application during the normal course of the school day. And with that explanation, I again move that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1491? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1491 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. House Bill 1491 passes.
House Bill 1499, a bill relating to the Virginia Gun Violence Intervention and Prevention Fund created. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this bill simply establishes the Virginia Gun Violence Intervention and Prevention Fund to be administered by the Department of Criminal Justice Services. It's identical, is conformed to Senate Bill 248, Senator Favola's bill, which passed the Senate 24-15. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1499? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1499 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 1499 passes.
House Bill 1529.
Mr.
Senator
President,
from Russell, Senator Chafin.
having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 1491, I move that the vote be reconsidered.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1491 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been described, I move that House Bill 1491 pass.
I thank the Senator. The question is, shall House Bill 1491 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. House Bill 1491 passes.
House Bill 1529. A bill relating to governing boards of public institutions of higher education, acceptance of terms and conditions associated with donations, gifts, and other private philanthropic support. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
House Bill 1529 requires the governing board of each public institution of higher education to establish a policy for the acceptance of terms and conditions associated with any donation, gift, or other private philanthropic support. And with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1529? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1529 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, noes 17. House Bill 1529 passes.
House Bill 1614. A bill relating to victims of human trafficking, affirmative defense to prosecution for certain offenses. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Is there not a substitute to this?
No, sir.
1614. Okay. Mr. President, I move the passage of House Bill 1614.
Mr. President.
And
hold on. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain,
Could this go by for the day?
Without objection?
Yeah. Okay.
Without objection, House Bill 1614 will go by for the day.
House Bill 1627. A bill relating to threats and harassment of certain officials in property venue. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee's amendments to House Bill 1627.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this is a venue case involving crimes for threats and harassment against certain people, including the governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, members of the General Assembly, justices of the Supreme Court, and judges of the Courts of Appeals, and also governor-elect, lieutenant governor-elect, and attorney general-elect. And what this means is that these cases of threats or harassment against these individuals can be prosecuted in the city of Richmond if the venue cannot be established anywhere else in the Commonwealth of Virginia. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman yield for a question.
Will the Senator yield?
I'll be happy to yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, if I was to receive a threat, say for an email or a phone call from God forbid, my own constituent, what would be the venue for any type of action that might arise from that if indeed I did have a civil action?
Senator, the floor.
Well, the question would be where the threat occurred, but if venue could not otherwise be established, it could be in the city of Richmond.
Further question.
Further question. Senator Yield.
Well,
Senator Yields.
do you yield?
I'll be happy to yield.
All right. Senator's the floor.
Well, during the session, I'm here. My constituency is back in Fairfax. So would that person that sent me a threat, or assuming they didn't come down 95 to visit me, but they issued that threat from Fairfax, would the city of Richmond have jurisdiction over them?
Senator's the floor.
It wouldn't be a matter of jurisdiction, a matter of venue, and the venue would be where the threat occurred. If you know where it is. If you don't know where it is, it'd be in the city of Richmond.
Further question.
All right, I hate to do this, but can this bill go by for the day?
Without objection, I'll be
Without
happy.
any objection? Without objection, House Bill 1627 will go by for the day.
Bill 1725, a bill relating to judicial assistance, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with the substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this bill is for the circuit court district, the circuit courts of the 27th Circuit, the 28th Circuit, the 29th Circuit, and the 30th Judicial Circuits. And what this does is simply say that when a locality hires an assistant for the circuit court judges, that while the locality is paying for it, these assistants serve at the direction and under the sole supervision of the judge, even though the locality is paying. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1725? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1725 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. House Bill 1725 passes.
Uncontested calendar has. We have to go back. I'm sorry.
Page 53.
Page 53, House Bill 753.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. With House Bill 753, I move the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Senate Bill 753 requires the Department of Education to develop guidance standards for social, emotional learning for public school students. And with that explanation, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 753? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 753 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 11.
Ayes 27, noes 11. House Bill 753 passes.
Uncontested
Mr. President.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 1725, I move that that bill be reconsidered.
And what page was that, Senator?
Beg your pardon, page 61, House Bill 1725. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1725 pass be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which
Senator, let's complete this vote on this one, if that's okay. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 1725 pass, and I believe it's already been explained.
Yes. Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 1725 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. House Bill 1725 passes. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we defeated House Bill 183, I move to reconsider that vote.
On which page?
Page 52. Glad you asked.
Thanks, Senator.
Yeah, well.
Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 183 failed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could HB 183 now go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 183 will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on the second reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 61 through 71, that's House Bill 37 through 1639, that the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 61 through 71, House Bill 37 through House Bill 1639, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I move that those said House bills go by for the day.
Thank the Senator. The question is, should the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, House joint resolutions on second reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator
Mr.
Sasslaw.
President, I move that all House joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 71 and 72, that's HJR 25 through HJR 200, that the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of the House joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar, pages 71 through 72, House Joint Resolution 25 through House Joint Resolution 200 be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I now move that those House joint resolutions be passed by for the day.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the House joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar now on third reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolution on second reading. Senate Joint Resolution 110, confirming appointments by the governor of certain persons communicated to the General Assembly February 3, 2020. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, do you want to engross? Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
I move that the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I would inquire of the clerks that complete the calendar for today.
Yes, sir.
Whoopee.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise.
Mr. President, I rise for an announcement and personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
First, the announcement: the Judiciary Committee will not meet Wednesday because of the calendar. And we will meet, however, Monday morning. We only have a few bills, maybe 3 bills to deal with on Monday at 9 a.m. So it won't be we will not meet Wednesday. We will meet on Monday at 9 a.m. And a matter of personal privilege, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
On Friday, my good friend, the senator from Roanoke County, talked about a editorial from the Roanoke Times about why don't we have more women on the bench. Well, has anybody noticed who had control of picking judges for the last 20 years? It wasn't the Democratic Party. It was the Republican Party. And as I recall, Governor McAuliffe put on the Supreme Court one of the most prominent and respected jurists, Jane Roush. And as soon as the General Assembly came into session that winter, they removed her from that bench. She was an outstanding jurist. So don't tell anybody, don't suggest that it's the Democrats that have not put women on the bench. And furthermore, Mr. President, the women that the Republicans have been putting on the bench have all been Republicans. Is that a surprise? All Republicans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise.
Mr. President, I rise for an announcement, a point of personal privilege, and a motion.
Senator has the floor.
You'll find on your desks today a copy of a calendar provided by the Mount Vernon Ladies Association depicting the most visited historic home in America. And it's Mount Vernon, of course. And also you'll find on your desk a copy of the Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior from George Washington. And that publication he authored at age 14, coming up with these 110 rules, drawn mostly from a French book of maxims. They were intended to polish our manners. And I'm just going to read rule number 90. Being set as meat, scratch not, neither spit, cough, or blow your nose, except there's a necessity for it. So just something that coincides with Virginia law. And I wanted to just take note that 288 years ago, this past Saturday, was the birthday of George Washington, who was born, of course, in Westmoreland County. In past years, I've talked a little bit about George Washington, the politician, George Washington, the Burgess, and George Washington, the surveyor. And though many of us have never thought of Washington as stealthy, today I'd like to talk about Washington, the spy. While the general's covert network was not discovered until the 1900s, it's now well documented that he and his spies hid messages in hollow quills, invented secret codes, and used invisible inks. And Washington was a sophisticated spy master. Tactics as seemingly simple as arranging laundry on a clothesline were employed to signify the location of critical intelligence drops. He used a clandestine network known as the Culpeper Ring that engaged in espionage, including exaggerating the size, strength, and troop movements of the revolutionary forces. Due to Washington's leadership, the ring also exposed Benedict Arnold as a traitor and alerted Lafayette of an ambush waiting for French troops. Washington was so committed to the covert branch of his army that he invested what would be $500,000 today to fund undercover operations. And one defeated British officer had remarked that General Washington did not really outfight us, he simply outspied us. So today when we adjourn, I'd move that we adjourn in the memory and honor of Agent 711, the father of our country, General and President George Washington.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Senator, is the floor.
And, Mr. President, I do so with a very heavy heart because Katherine Johnson, the groundbreaking NASA mathematician who was depicted in the movie Hidden Figures, died today. And I knew Katherine Johnson for nearly 40 years. She was my sorority sister. She and her husband, Jim Johnson, lived in Hampton. Colonel Johnson worked at Hampton University with Army ROTC for several years. And they were both very good friends of mine. And you would never know what Katherine Johnson did as a mathematician at NASA because she never talked about it. And about the work that she did. She said she just did her job whenever you asked her about what she did at NASA. And she was a very quiet woman, a very humble woman, and she is somebody who, this is a sad loss, not just for the Commonwealth of Virginia, but for the nation. And I would dearly miss my friend, Katherine Johnson.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, 4 years ago, my home circuit had one of those great challenges that we sometimes have, and that was choosing between two great candidates that were currently serving on the lower bench on which one we should vote to elevate to the circuit court. They were two great candidates. It was a decision that had much discussion inside our delegation, and when the Senate came to its position, which ended up being the prevailing position, it was suggested that we put a statement out indicating our support for who we had selected and also indicating that we intended to support the other candidate the next time there was a vacancy. We decided that. After that, when we put together the statement, I called the other senator, read the statement to him, and at 9:02 on January 21st, 2016, I emailed that statement out to the members of our media, and in the to field, which is still clear for anyone that sees, it was addressed to my district email account and the other senator's district email account. Because to make sure that it was clear that it had now gone public, and that was our statement. Later that day, on Roanoke.com, an article ran with the headline, and still there today, lawmakers back Chris Clemens for vacant Roanoke County Circuit Court judgeship. And in there it included our statements about the next judgeship and our intention of what we would do the next time. That article then ran the next day in the Roanoke Times. It also was mentioned in other media places. It's been something that has been known by members of our local bar for some time. I understand it was just a statement of intention and not a blood oath that goes on forever. But what I was stunned today while I was sitting here to receive a press release that had come out from a member of this body under the seal of the Senate that included the lines, quote, "I never agreed to this statement. Until recently, I had not seen this press release, and I told him my statement to my position was not true. I never authorized Senator Suderline to speak for me." Mr. President, I would never put out an unauthorized statement for anyone, certainly not attributing it to another senator, and I certainly did not do that in 2016. And I was made aware of that while I was here, and I wanted to address that immediately. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, I had not planned to deal with this issue today on the floor. I have put out a statement. I've researched this. I have absolutely no recollection that I saw the senator from Roanoke County's statement he says he put out in 2016. I never authorized it. And maybe there's a difference of his recollection and mine, and I've gone back and looked at all the documentation, and I stand by the statement I made. And this is no reflection on his integrity, Mr. President, but it is a fact that I never saw that until today. We get on the 21st of January, 2016, we was right in the middle of the session. We get an awful lot of email and a lot of information that comes across in our offices. And I've checked with my legislative aide at the time. She never saw it either, and I still stand by that. And there's no reflection on the integrity of my good friend, the senator from Roanoke County. But I stand by the statement I made. Thank you, Mr. President. And I do not authorize other people to speak for me. Thank you, Mr. President. I also note that he said that was a statement of intention in the future. Well, that could be. And I went to his office, Mr. President, and told him I had never seen this before. And maybe his recollection is different than mine, but I've done research, and I still stand by that statement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, for what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, reluctantly, I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I'd like to start off very positive, and I want to thank the senator from Alexander for the very nice rules of civility, and I was particularly taken with the very first one. Every action done in company ought to be done with some sign of respect to those that are present. Mr. President, a couple of comments. I don't have any intention of wading into the disagreement of perspective on judge selection out in Big Lick. That can be resolved between the two parties. However, I do have some reflections on the first point of personal privilege that was raised about judicial selection. I don't recall ever participating in a comment that suggested that my friends on the other side of the aisle had any reticence to appointing judges of any minority to any level of court. And as I was sitting here, I got to thinking, over my career, I have always sought to support good judges, and I really have not been particularly concerned about what letter fell behind their name. And I recall as a very young senator that contrary to the constituency base on the Eastern Shore, I supported the first African-American judge appointed there in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I know, Mr. President, it would not surprise you that there were those who disagreed with me on the Eastern Shore of Virginia. And as I look back at the number of judges that I have supported of the female gender, that the first female judges were appointed in 4 of the jurisdictions that I represent. But where I did take exception was to the suggestion that the judge that was appointed to the Supreme Court by Governor McAuliffe when we were not in session and therefore was an interim appointment, there was a lot of controversy surrounding that appointment, and the governor did that to make a political point because he knew full well from the majority of the General Assembly in both the House of Delegates and the Senate at that time that that judge was not going to be confirmed when the General Assembly came back in session, and that's in fact when the term expired. And the representation that she was an outstanding judge was probably subject to discussion, but it had nothing to do with gender. And for those of you that have been in this body for some period of time, let me remind you in recent years on the Virginia Court of Appeals, where we have appointed 3 ladies to the Court of Appeals. And in fact, one was a woman of color who is doing an extraordinary job on it. Look at the Virginia Supreme Court. In recent years, we have put 2 ladies on the Virginia Supreme Court, one who is of Caucasian and one who is of color. So I find it flirting with being disingenuous to suggest that perhaps Governor McAuliffe's appointment was anything other than political and that she was anyway removed for the gender issue, when in fact we have demonstrated as a collective body in recent years at least 5 women to the appellate courts that we have in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I do hope that we will continue to make judicial selection based upon what the majority perceives as being credentials without regards to whether they're R's or D's or what persuasions they may be.
For what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Rise for brief personal privilege, Mr. President.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, I hadn't planned to speak today, but this discussion on judges forces me to. So I came into the chamber today, I found out that one of the judges that our delegation had picked has been removed by certain members in the House. And it's particularly frustrating to me because she is a woman who has given 30 or 40 years of public service to the Commonwealth of Virginia and the city of Fredericksburg. She's a Democrat in a Democrat city, and she's a Commonwealth's attorney. She is an outstanding person both in the community and in the courtroom, and she also happens to be an African-American woman. She's someone that I have fought for a long time to get on the bench, and we were finally able to get her on the bench this year. But I have been advised that because the House didn't like the fact that she opposed the person that ran against Ray Morrow in Fairfax, she's not going to be elected as a judge of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I take great umbrage at that. And I say to this body, we have a rule in this Senate. And when a delegation picks a judge, we've never disturbed that in the 12 years that I've been here. Particularly when we have an incredibly fine candidate that is willing to serve. And I hope that you folks will stand with me in that and not allow the other end of the hall to dictate who we put on the bench because they may not like one thing that that person did. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, a very brief point of personal privilege.
Senator's the floor.
You know, I remember a time when I got here and the former senator from Henry or the former senator from Russell would have candidates that would be on the ballot and be removed on the day of the vote in this chamber. That happened. Maybe not in the last 12 years, but it's happened.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, we heard earlier today on the passing of Katherine Johnson. Just wanted to tell you a side story. When John Glenn was being prepped to be the first first U.S. citizen, the Russians had already done it, to circle the Earth. They talked, they were giving him information, and he told them the only calculations I'm interested in is Katherine Johnson's. And to give you an idea of the reputation she had with the guys who were flying those ships.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Monday, February 24th, 2020, the Committee on Commerce and Labor will meet 15 minutes after adjournment in Senate Room A, Pocahontas. The Education and Health Subcommittee on Public Education will meet 1/2 hour after adjournment in Senate Subcommittee Room 2, 5th floor, Pocahontas. Senators Hashmi, Howell, Lucas, Donovan, and Peake. Tomorrow, Tuesday, February 25th, 2020, the Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet at 9:00 a.m. in Committee Room B, Pocahontas. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in Senate Room 2 in the Capitol.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, I call on the Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon on tomorrow, and in so doing, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn in memory and honor of Agent 711, the father of our country, General and President George Washington.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow? And that when we so adjourn, we do so in the memory and the honor of Agent 711, the father of our country, General and President George Washington. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.